Trade Federation bricks, Lord of War. Have you seen it? There has been an awakening. Have you felt it? Lord of War says I won't be here for long. Why not? Jam Monkey Face, hey, how's it going? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Was a little bit exhausted earlier because I think I went too hard in my leg workout, so... But I have since then recovered. I've recovered some of my blood sugar. Trade Federation Brick says, Jar Jar, can you do another stream tomorrow for my birthday? Hey, I do intend to stream tomorrow, and it will most likely be a Minecraft. I'm planning on making it a Minecraft stream because Super Count Dooku says he's available that time. That might change, but that's what we're working with. So maybe you'd want to join us, Trade Federation Bricks. Maybe you'd like to join us for Minecraft. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi, what's going on? Flashbang. Kenobi has membership, let's go. Yeah, he does. The Chosen One says hello there. Hello, Chosen One. How you doing? Commando Gangsta says words that I can't read. I don't know what he says. Super Count Dooku says, Obi-Wan Kenobi says Super Count Dooku was kind enough to gift some more memberships. Yes, he was. We got a new we have a new emote because of him. It's a trap emote. No pen today. What's going on? No pen today says working on art stuff. Like what? What kind of art stuff? The Chosen One says, what did you guys think of yesterday's episode? Well, as you can tell by the title, that's what generally, that gives you some idea of what I thought about it. O.S.H.A is a child to some psychotic witches, and that's what you are, by the way. If you're a witch, you're psychotic. You're crazy. No one goes to witchcraft out of a sense of altruism for other people. People seek to become witches and wizards in the real world and also in Star Wars because they want power. And so just seeking power for the sake of it is kind of twisted. In the same way that people that are part of the dark side seek power for the sake of it. So, yeah, the Coven of Witches is a creepy cult that makes 2 little kids using the Force, I guess, and yeah, and then they want to raise them to be witches like themselves, which is it's creepy. Like, if you don't think the witches on Dathomir are creepy and weird, like, you have some mental problems. Okay, that's dysfunctional. People that go away in secluded cults and have like weird religious rituals and rites and ceremonies and stuff, those people are dysfunctional. They're weird, and they should not be a part of society. Like, they're at the they're doing the ceremony, and the one girl's like really excited to become a witch, and she's like, I want to be a witch. And then the other girl's like, I'm not really sure I want to be a witch. And they're gonna make her a witch anyways. Like, if the Jedi hadn't shown up when they did, they were gonna make her a witch against her will. Like, she's a little girl. Why does the little girl have to become a witch? So that coven of witches, they're mentally unhinged. And the Jedi, if it turns out that the Jedi killed all of them, the Jedi did nothing wrong. They did what was best for those kids. Okay? The Jedi doesn't force people to join the Order. They do so willingly, voluntarily. We know from the Clone Wars that the Jedi don't just take children from their parents. We know from the Clone Wars that the Jedi only take children if the parents want them to take them. They keep tabs on Force users, obviously, because Force users are in some way like, you know, military units. Like, if suddenly people were being born with superpowers, the government would want to keep tabs on that, because, you know, that's like a potential weapon of mass destruction. Okay? So it's reasonable to want to monitor the situation. But like the Jedi, they don't just take kids for no reason at all. The parents will tell the Jedi that they want their child to be raised in the ways of the Jedi. So, and the Jedi is not a creepy cult. Look, there's a difference between a group, like the Jedi. The Jedi are not a cult. You know why? Because you can leave them whenever you want. A cult doesn't allow you to leave, and it manipulates you to stay with them. The Jedi doesn't force anyone to be a Jedi. If you don't want to be a Jedi, or if you can't keep up with the Jedi code, then you're kicked out of the Jedi Order. They don't want you to be part of it if you're not going to follow the rules of it. But with this coven of witches, they're trying to convert little children, and little children that don't even want to be witches. O.S.H.A doesn't even want to be a witch, but they just want to make her into one. Brandon Tran says, I would watch Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings over any episode of The Acolyte. Changed my mind. I've seen Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter, and I prefer Lord of the Rings over Harry Potter, but when I did watch Harry Potter, I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun bit of movies. I think Lord of the Rings is, obviously, I would say objectively, there was a lot more care and talent that was in Lord of the Rings, but I do find the Harry Potter movies are fun movies, though. I have watched some like critiques of Harry Potter and some of the plot holes and stuff, but from what I understand, it's not too bad, which is why the movies are generally considered pretty good. Kind of like the original Star Wars movies, you know. Darth Cinder says he is a nice character and can relate to this show's Qui-Gon Jinn. He isn't as good as Qui-Gon, but he is kind and caring, not like Windu. Yeah. Yeah, Master... I don't remember his name. I forgot his name already. I'm sorry, I forgot his name already. Esther Hornstein says Pong Krell over any Acolyte era Jedi. That's right, Pong Krell. That would be kind of cool to see Pong Krell in this show. What if we saw Pong Krell in the show and he like chopped someone up? He chopped some people up. He took out 2 of his bladed lightsabers and just sliced someone up. Any questions? Any questions? But yeah, as you can tell by the title, I am not a fan of witches. There's nothing good or wholesome about a witch. Witches do not exist, as I said before, witches do not exist because of an altruistic desire to serve others or benefit others in any way. Witchcraft is about the self. It's about gaining power for yourself, and it's also about gaining power at the expense of others. It's about manipulation. You cast spells and hexes on other people because you want them to do what you want them to do. You manipulate them with magical powers. That's what witches do, and that's why witches are disgusting creatures that should not exist. And they should be ostracized from society. No one should want to associate with a witch. Movie Dude says, are these witches the Night Sisters? No, they're not the Night Sisters. They're just some other weirdo cult of coven sisters that exist out there. ITZ Jornado says, very good maneuver. I am subscribed for invitations on calendar. I am subscribed to the same things. Are you still? Thank you for that, ITZ Jornado. I don't understand what that means. No Pen Today says, is this going to be another YouTube poop? I'm working on Joker versus Count Dooku. The Chosen One says, Fallen Order got the witches right. In my opinion, Malicos and Marin seemed insane at first glance. Well, I can't deny the appeal of Marin, but it doesn't change my opinion on witches, and like witches in general in the Star Wars universe. Like in canon, in the Clone Wars, it is established very obviously and clearly that witches use dark side abilities. They are part of the dark side, and that's what I hated. You know, one of the things I hated about Tales of the Empire was they brought in the idea that there are light side witches. There is no such thing as a light side witch. Again, the entire concept of witches, of covens, of these cults where all these women get together is basically, it's dysfunctional. Like, these people are not healthy members of society, and so they join a cult and they become part of some weird group of people in the mountains who do who knows what to each other in their rituals and practices like voodoo and weirdo magic on other people. Like, these people are not healthy. They're not mentally well. Commando Gangster says, I'm a Christian, so I agree with everything you're saying. Understandable. But yeah, witches are a mess. Esther Hornstein says, twice the budget, double the fall. Twice the budget, double the fall. Brandon Tran says, all Night Sisters were dominant species and evil, while Night Brothers are their slaves. Pretty much. And that's also another aspect of witchery. Like, the reason why, and this applies also to the real world, the reason why any woman chooses to become a witch is because, again, she wants the ability to manipulate other people against their will. Something that they would never normally do, she is going to do something like take some of her, you know, blood from in between her legs and cook it in a meal for someone else to eat, which is a disgusting thing to do and goes against all food safety standards. But she will do that with the expectation that there's some kind of magical ability that will, you know, get someone to do something that she wants them to do. That is not healthy. That is disgusting. People like that are mentally unwell. They need help. You cannot justify that kind of behavior. I mean, imagine, and the same thing would be true if you reversed the situation. Okay? There's a profound difference between the Jedi and the Coven of Witches. The Coven of Witches is by nature discriminatory against men. It does not allow men to be in it. The Jedi are not discriminatory against women. Women and men can both be part of the Jedi, and they're also both free to leave whenever they want. The Jedi is about... The Jedi teach selflessness, caring for others, protecting others. The witches care about protecting themselves. They care about manipulation of other people. They care about discrimination, and their discrimination against men. And if you or any other woman decides to make the argument that, well, it's because men are dangerous, that is a gross generalization of all men. And you wouldn't accept the reverse if a man said the opposite, said women are untrustworthy. That's why me and the bros are gonna go live in the wilderness in a big cult, and we're going to convert little kids to our cult. That would be insane. And so the same is true for this Coven of Witches. These people are insane. And so, you know, General Grievous did nothing wrong, and his annihilation of all the Dathomir witches was just and good, because they're a cult of Darksiders that manipulates other people and forces the males of their planet to be slaves, which is disgusting. And same thing with this Coven of Witches. I cannot stress enough how much I hate witches. They are abominable creatures, and they should all be burned. And they should all be burned. The Coven of Psychotic Witches was destroyed by the Jedi, and the Jedi did nothing wrong. Long live the Republic. Long live the Republic. Those children deserve a better upbringing. Hippos Grum says, I finished my YouTube poop, but YouTube is copyright striking parts of it, but it only tells me one of them, so I need to fix the piece and recompile the video and wait for it to re-upload. Well, Hippos Grum, the best way to avoid copyright strikes with YouTube poops is to make sure that you are editing the video enough that it does not count as copyright infringement. If you don't edit the video enough, then it will be copyright infringement, because like if you barely do any editing, then it will get flagged. So yeah, the more the better. Sometimes you know, sometimes the copyright stuff is a little bit too strict, but also you know, it can be hard to navigate that. Sometimes, most of the time I don't have any issue with that, but sometimes I do, every once in a while. The Chosen One says, Long live the Grand Army of the Republic. Lord of War says, I love democracy and the Republic. No Pen Today says, I haven't seen the show. Are the witches not villains? Well, I think they intend to portray them as not being villains, but if you watch the show, the third episode shows the coven of witches, and I get nothing but creepy vibes whenever I see witches doing witch things. Because, I mean, it doesn't matter how they try to portray it. You know what witches do, and how they behave behind closed doors. What witches engage in, the kind of practices they do. So it's always creepy when they're you know, taking care of children, because the last thing a witch should be doing is taking care of a child, because the witch is not well in the head, and so she's not going to raise a good and healthy child. Movie Dude said, for instance, in my second YouTube poop, I inverted the colors and removed the BG music in some scenes to avoid copyright. Yeah, stuff like that. I mean, the whole purpose of making YouTube poop is to manipulate and distort the images of the original video for comedic purposes. And so if you don't distort and change it enough, if you don't edit it enough, then it's basically like just watching the original video or piece of media. Geonosians and Umbarans versus Night Sisters on Dathomir would be a legendary battle. I think it'd be over pretty soon. The Geonosians would definitely dominate the Night Sisters. The Umbaran... Oh, and if it's the Umbarans along with them, yeah, the Night Sisters have no chance. The Chosen One says, we shall march on Dathomir. They should have marched on Dathomir a long time ago, but I guess it was outside of their jurisdiction. No Pen Today says, yeah, the Night Sisters freak me out too. They should. They should. The stuff they do is weird. Hippos Grum says, the thing is, the strike prevents it from being watchable in the US, and it will strike footage that is more than 10 seconds long. Yeah. Which I think is pretty generous, like the 10 seconds thing. I usually find it pretty easy to deal with that. Movie Dude says, if you ever made a YouTube poop involving witches, you should make it Blair Witch parody. I actually have not seen that movie. The Yoda channel says, oh scrap, my internet on Dagobah isn't working. That's internet. Oh scrap, on Dagobah, my internet working, it isn't. Oh, Bantha Poodoo, my internet, Dagobah, my internet on Dagobah working, it isn't. Why don't you try and type like Yoda, the Yoda channel, instead of trying to make me translate your text into Yoda speak. Make it easier for me. Commando Gangsta says, we're going on a rescue mission for Master Yoda. Hopefully Master Yoda will show up and kill some witches or something. Brandon Tran says, if Mother Talzin wasn't killed by Grievous in Son of Dathomir, then could she have possibly defeated Palpatine in Return of the Jedi? Well, I guess she technically survived on Dathomir, and she was killed later by Mace Windu and Jar Jar Binks. Yeah, that was me. Okay, I helped destroy Mother Talzin. In case you weren't aware, one of the greatest threats to Palpatine's power, guess who helped take care of it? Me, Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar Binks helped get rid of Mother Talzin. You watch Season 6 of the Clone Wars, Mace Windu and Jar Jar Binks, they band together to fight against to fight against Mother Talzin. And it was pretty epic. Mace Windu and me and Master and Mace. Me and Master and Mace. Lord of War says, they found me. Brother Tam, cover you must. Cover you must. As bad as Luke, it is not. Who would win the battle, the witches or Moff Fring? Is that like a serious question? Because Moff Fring would definitely dominate the witches. Imagine Moff Fring with an army of his Moff Gideon clones marching on Dathomir. Yeah, they would stand no chance. I mean, imagine all of the Moff Fring clones. Dark Science cloning. ITZ Jornado, member for 1 month, says, I can just do this because why not? Yes, why not? Hey, everyone that's not a member, you too can become a member for $1.99 a month. Only $1.99 a month. I think it's like 7 cents a day. That is a steal. You're basically stealing money from me by buying a Jar Jar Studios Plus membership, so make sure to join today. Make sure to join today. Brandon Tran says, Son of Dathomir Comics was a canceled Clone Wars Adventures of Maul versus Dooku and Grievous after he got captured by Palpatine in Season 5. That would have been really cool to see, actually. And they could still do that. They could actually still do that. They could make, like, a Tales of the Maul. Tales of the Maul. They could make, maybe they could call it Tales of Dathomir or something. And instead it'll be what Darth Maul does after Season 5, after he's captured. They could do that. There's no reason why they can't. That's honestly, that's really easy money. That's like money sitting on the shelf. How hard would it be for Dave Filoni and the team to like throw together a couple of episodes of what Maul did in between the capture and stuff? So, Jar Jar, can you add me on Minecraft? My username is King Burgers Easy. I will add you the day of. When I'm on stream, just remind me and I can add you like right then and there. Because right now we're doing this. But tomorrow when I'm on Minecraft, remind me and I'll add you. The Chosen One says Yoda has unlocked the power as well. Yes, he has. Yoda is also a member. Member for 1 month. Bombad Baby Winks. He says, it's a mother. It's a mother. I like that this green screen is working out so well so far. This is amazing. Brandon Tran says, Son of Dathomir Crystal Crisis on Utapau, Dark Disciple are way better than Martinez's sister arc in Clone Wars Season 7. Yeah, they wasted people's time in Clone Wars Season 7. I really do like the Ahsoka and Maul episodes. Okay, the ending of Season 7 is good, but those filler episodes honestly are unforgivable. Like, why on earth they had to add those is beyond me. Like, nobody needed to see the Martinez sisters in Coruscant. Nobody wanted to see them. Nobody cared to see them. Nobody wanted to see the goofy, androgynous, broccoli-haired women in Coruscant. No one was interested, alright? It is the worst arc. Everyone knows it's the worst arc. It's garbage. And so, while Season 7 does have some amazing parts with, you know, the duel between Ahsoka and Maul, and also Order 66, it also has some really bad parts, and that's the Martinez sisters. Liz, hello there. How's it going? Commando Gangster says, we're going back to Dathomir. Yes, to destroy the witches. Lord of War says, can I please have my mod back, Lord Jar Jar? I'll think about it, okay? I'll think about it. Commando Gangster says, to find Maul's dad, who got the milk? Yeah. Yeah, Maul's dad went to go get the milk, and he left. He said these bitches be crazy. He said, I ain't sticking around for this. I ain't sticking around for these witches. I'm out of here. No Pen says, Season 7 is sadly brought down by its filler. Yes. Season 7 of the Clone Wars is severely diminished by the filler episodes. But, I mean, despite that, you know, you don't have to watch the filler episodes, though. I mean, that's one of the good things, is you can just skip them. Because they're totally irrelevant. Like, you don't even need to watch them. Movie Dude says, I'm still surprised that the Trade Federation was in the Acolyte. I'm not really surprised. Liz said last night's episode was abysmal. I don't think I'll watch the rest of the Acolyte after that. Last night's episode was... yeah, it was awful. But I kind of, in some ways, I kind of appreciate it because of how bad, I mean, people, I think it will be universally hated. I don't think there will be a lot of people that will really like it. And hopefully that's the way it is with the rest of the show, so that we can actually move towards something productive when it comes to Star Wars, as opposed to what we've been getting. Trade Federation Brick says, can I join the Republic? No, you cannot. You may not join the Republic. Why would you think you could join the Republic? Moth says hi. Hello. Kevin, hello there. How's it going? Liz said, in Theory's watch party last night, 68% of the people gave the episode a 0, and there were over 17,000 votes. Dang. That's pretty good. I mean, pretty bad for the episode, but pretty good for us. I'm hoping there will be some point. Will there be some point? I mean, Star Wars fans have been complaining about how awful they've been making these projects for a long time, and we still haven't gotten any results. Like, is there going to be some point at which the customers complaining about the product that they don't like is finally going to get through to people, and they're going to maybe make something that's, you know, not trash? Trade Federation Brick says, I will shut down the droids. Moth says, wait, are you using a website to edit? Yes, this is called Runway ML. This one, I only use Runway ML for green screens. I mean, it's not really a video editor, so I can't use it for editing videos. I just use it for making the green screens. And then whatever mistakes that this program makes, I will clean it up in HitFilm Express. You look nervous. You look nervous. Is it the scars? You want to know how I got them? My father was a drinker and a fiend. One night he goes off crazier than usual. My mommy gets the kitchen knife. My dad doesn't like that. Not one bit. So he takes the knife. Takes the knife from her, laughing while he does it. He turns to me and he says, "Why so serious?" Comes at me with the knife. "Why so serious? Let's put a smile on that face." Why? And then, why so serious? Whoa, Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says Dooku is dead. I hope he's not dead. Because we were going to play Minecraft tomorrow, so I hope he's not dead. Lord of War says, I just found a secret about Anakin. Ooh, what's the secret? He was the second... You found out that Anakin was the third chosen one? The first two chosen ones were O.S.H.A and May. O.S.H.A and May Anasaya. The first two chosen ones, born immaculately conceived by a coven of witches. What is even the point of that? Why? Why was O.S.H.A and Nala, whatever they're called, O.S.H.A and May, why are witches able to conceive immaculate babies now? Even on Dathomir, the witches were not immaculately conceiving children. They had the Dark Brothers. They had like Darth Maul and his species, the Zabraks. Okay, they had them. They were getting impregnated by those dudes. They didn't just pop out of holes in the ground. They didn't just make them out of nothing. So in some ways, they kind of needed those men, didn't they? Kind of needed them. There wouldn't be no coven of witches if it wasn't for the men. If it wasn't for the men, there wouldn't be a coven of witches, because there'd be no witches. There'd be no women if there weren't no men. If it wasn't for men, there wouldn't be no women. There wouldn't be any women if there weren't men. How are you gonna have babies without getting pregnant? And how are you gonna get pregnant without a man? You can't. Exactly. Even the coven of witches on Dathomir were working with the men. Even though I guess they didn't like them very much. They kept them on the other side of the planet. Hey, stay on the other side of the planet. I don't want to see your face. I just want your seed. I just want your seed. And Darth Maul was like, all right, bet. You know, I don't have to take care of you. We just do the deed, and then I go to the other side of the planet to hang out with my bros. Okay. Do these guys? Was slavery that bad on Dathomir? Was it that bad? Maybe it didn't seem so bad for them after all. That's no way to live, though. This says, your Revenge of the Dodgeball video showed up in my feed, and my friends and I debated who would win in Dodgeball, Obi-Wan and Yoda, or Palpatine and Vader post-Mustafar. Perhaps Obi-Wan. Perhaps there should be another Dodgeball episode. I think that would probably be a good idea. I could probably make another Dodgeball episode. I wonder who it would be with. Honestly, I think probably with Count Dooku. Count Dooku, Anakin, and Obi-Wan. I think that would make for another good Dodgeball episode. Where Count Dooku walks in, and Anakin runs at him, and he throws the dodgeball in Anakin's face. No, Anakin, no! And he throws the dodgeball in his face. Ah! They said, I mean, that Vader before he got cooked would be a good at dodgeball. Yeah, he probably would be pretty good. Not against Count Dooku, though.
You wanna know how I got these scars? My father
was a drinker and a fiend.
Was a drinker
and a fiend.
And a fiend.
Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, yes, he is. I literally have his head as a trophy next to... Who? Head of who? It says, I don't know if he'd beat Yoda. He definitely wouldn't beat Yoda. Yoda would definitely win. Lord of War says, I caught Anakin and Plo Koon smooching in the hall. No you didn't. Plo Koon would never do something like that. Come on. Don't Yoda, stop spreading false rumors, okay? Stop spreading slanderous rumors about Plo Koon. Okay, I know you're jealous that he can outduel you in, you know, your training sessions, and that he has a force judgment ability and you don't. I know you're jealous. But hey, you can't be the best at everything. Plo Koon is... Maybe he's better than you at some things. Are you scared that he's gonna take your Grandmaster position or something? So you're gonna spread lies about Master Yoda? That's beneath you, Yoda. Why would you do that? You know better than that. Liz says, I think the new dodgeball video between Obi-Wan, Anakin versus Dooku would be great. Yes, and then we could also potentially see Master Yoda join in after Obi-Wan and Anakin have been defeated. Trade Federation Brick says, long live the Sith. Long live the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Peace, freedom, justice to my new trade empire. Your new trade empire? Don't make me kill you. After her. This one's a decoy. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, when you blew up the Chancellor's Tower, Palpy died, and Palpy are the droid's master who get commanded by... And without a master, they serve no one. And they know that you killed Palpatine, so you're dead. I don't think that would happen. I think Trade Federation Bricks has been ruling the droids for so long that he could probably reprogram them to his own purposes. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. The Chosen One says, long live the Grand Army of the Republic. Long live the Grand Army of the Republic. The Chosen One says, you are outmatched, Trade Fed. Surrender or pay the price. Trade Federation, it is time for us to discuss a new treaty. It's time for us to discuss a new treaty, Viceroy. Lord of War says, Thorn was the only clone I supported fully. Thorn? I'm sorry, I don't remember who Thorn was. Fordo is from the 2003 Clone Wars series, right? The 2003 micro series? The Chosen One says, you may have an army, but we have a Captain Fordo. That's pretty formidable. Fordo, the formidable... a very formidable opponent, Fordo. Trade Federation Brick says, I killed the ARC troopers on Camino. Excellent work. Very good. Liz says, today I learned my dog really likes watermelon. Well, dogs do love watermelon because they're sweet.
Sticks
Watermelon.
the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face.
Let's put a smile on that face. Yeah, I personally, I love watermelon too. I'm one of those watermelon people. So, put a watermelon in the chat if you're one of those watermelon people. Just like me. I'm one of those watermelon people. I love watermelon. Are you one of those watermelon people too? Put a watermelon in the chat if you're a lover of watermelon.
Sticks the blade in my mouth.
Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says he's the badass Coruscant commander that has soloing tons of droids with a minigun. Yeah. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi is a watermelon person. Trade Federation Brick says I ordered Grievous to do it. To do what? Darth Quajanero says I don't like fruit. Darth Quajanero probably likes to eat like Eope poop on the grounds of Tatooine. Honestly, Darth Quajaneros, he probably fries his food in like machine oil. Liz is one of those watermelon people, and Melon Playground guy. Of course, Melon Playground guy. I mean, it's in the name, Melon Playground. Watermelon is one of my favorite fruits. The only issue I usually have is I try to get organic watermelons because I heard that watermelons usually have much higher levels of pesticides than other fruits. So I try to avoid conventional watermelons, but you know, it might be better than nothing anyway. It's still pretty good. The Chosen One says, Trade Fed, do you henceforth declare war with the Grand Army of the Republic? Liz says, I mean, the pesticides are mostly on the part you don't eat, so how much would that really matter? Yeah, I do wonder about that, though, because watermelons are mostly water, and it is possible for water-soluble pesticides to end up inside of fruits as well as on the outside, and for some fruits to absorb certain pesticides. So I don't know which pesticides that applies to. If maybe it doesn't apply to, maybe there's not very many pesticides that applies to, but it's a thing. I mean, if watermelon's in front of me, I'll eat it even if it is conventional. But if I'm going to the grocery store to buy it, I'll go out of my way to buy organic if I can. The Chosen One says, the Republic agrees to love watermelon. I need to get some watermelon. It's one of my favorite things to eat. Especially when I learned, you know, how to eat it. When I learned the spoon method for watermelon, where you just cut it in half and then you just take a spoon and just start eating out of it instead of trying to slice it into all the individual slices. Although the watermelon slices are pretty good too. But if you're like all by yourself, yeah, you can just cut a watermelon in half and just eat it like that. Or you can practice. You can practice for when you're married, and you can cut the watermelon in half and then just dive right into it face first, you know? You can just practice for the future. Liz said, my professor and I had a conversation yesterday about how almost all the chemicals people make are not tested, so people just buy them readily without knowing the dangers. True. Yeah, there's a severe lack of testing of certain, and what I really hate is that, like, with some chemicals like BPA or whatever, they'll say, oh, this product is BPA free, this plastic is BPA free, but they took away the BPA and they just replaced it with like BPF or something. And they haven't tested yet whether or not BPF is worse or whatever. I don't remember exactly what the other chemical compound was, but there was some other chemical compound that BPA was replaced with, and so far, from what I hear, it's not any better than BPA. It's just a different chemical. So BPA is bad, but then it's replaced by another chemical that's just as bad, and it's like, yeah, it's BPA free, but it's replaced with something else. So it kind of sucks that that's the case, but I think some of these things will slowly be worked out eventually.
Why so serious?
Like, Trade Federation says, whoa, Melon Playground guy, the Republic doesn't eat watermelon. Join us. a confederacy of independent systems to produce melons. Hashtag more melons. Melons. Everybody loves a good melon. Everybody loves a good melon, don't they? Let's see, I got 6, I got 1, 4, 7, 2. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, "You're gonna reproduce melon?" Melon Playground guy says, "They don't like watermelon. How dare they? I will join Trade Federation." Avengers music plays. No, Avengers music does not play because it's copyrighted and you don't want to get a copyright strike, okay? No Avengers music. It does not play. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Will I get a copyright strike for that? Dun, 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 dun. I guess they might. Maybe they'll manually copyright strike me. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. No. Avengers. Avengers! Assemble! Avengers! Assemble! Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says fresh with no seeds. Well, I mean, seeds are fine. I don't mind watermelons with seeds.
He goes off crazier than usual. He goes off crazier than usual.
Crazier than usual. Avengers assemble. Jar Jar voice. Avengers! Avengers, assemble! Nicholas Porter says, Kylo Ren, no, you're still holding on. Let go. Happy Ashura says, what about fried chicken? I love watermelon. I want it. Fried chicken is also... Look, the thing is with fried chicken, I can't have most fried chicken because I am allergic to wheat. So if you have gluten-free breading that you can put on the chicken, then I am all for it. I am a fried chicken man. All right, put a fried chicken in the chat if you're a fried chicken person. If you're a fried chicken person, put a fried chicken in the chat. If you love fried chicken.
And one night, he goes off crazier than usual.
Darth Quajanero says, I love fired chicken. So you love fired chicken, but not fried chicken? So you like to roast it over a fire? You love fired chicken? Happy Ashura said, what about KFC? KFC, for some reason, always made me feel sick. Like, it tasted amazing when I was eating it, but after I was done eating it, I would feel sick to my stomach. Nicholas Porter says, what effect does wheat have on you? Well, I have a absolutely awful rash that develops. It appears in the places that I sweat the most first. So like my armpits, my crotch where my balls are. I'll get a rash around there, and also my hands and my feet. My hands, my feet, my crotch, and my armpits. It's not fun. And so because of that, I don't eat wheat. Which means I basically can't have any fast food anymore. So, I mean, again, fried chicken. When it comes to fried chicken, KFC tasted really good when I had it long time ago. But Happy Ashura said you can have rye breading on fried chicken if you want it. Nope, because wheat and rye, I'm allergic to both of them. I can't have wheat or rye. I can't have any of the grains that are similar to each other, like wheat and rye. I'm pretty sure I can have corn, though I don't really go out of my way to have corn. And I think I can have oats, but I haven't tested that in a while. I guess grains in general I just don't do very well with.
And one night, he goes off crazier than usual.
Like when it comes to things like pasta, I have to have like chickpea pasta or something. Ellen Playground Guy says I can't find the chicken emote, but fried chicken is decent. There's a chicken. Happy Ashura says is the emoji of the drumstick. Drumstick is the... Nicholas Porter says gluten. Yeah, I think it's gluten. I think that's my main issue with it. It might not be like wheat itself. It could just be the gluten, which, I mean, is basically the same thing, because gluten is just a protein that's in wheat, so...
Night, he goes off crazier than usual.
Two, Camber Courtney says, so last night's episode. You're here, Camber Courtney. How you doing? Last night's episode. The coven of psychotic witches trying to convert little children, trying to pressure little kids to join their cult. To join their dysfunctional cult. Camber Courtney says, I thoroughly enjoyed it, Liz. No. Unacceptable. ITZ Jornado says, I refuse to watch Disney's stuff. Nope. Hey, you're not missing out on much. Last night's episode, which I watched this morning, it was... eh. Liz says, why the heck would the Jedi go bother some cult of witches in the middle of nowhere and bully them into handing over 2 kids who are too old to be trained as Jedi? Well, because they're kind of like the police of the galaxy. So, you know, if you see people that are committing crimes against the Republic, you know, you just go and you go and bother the people that are breaking the laws, breaking Republic laws. Well, the thing is with it, I suspect that the Jedi probably... I mean, the Jedi like to keep tabs on Force-sensitive children. In fact, they even have holocrons that reveal which children are going to, like, which children in the galaxy are going to be Force-sensitive. And so they look for them, and the reason why they look for them is because if children... or if people out there are just Force-sensitive and they don't learn the ways of the Jedi, likelihood is they're going to end up learning some other ways. And if they end up learning dark side ways, well, that can cause a problem for the Jedi. So the Jedi keep tabs on Force-sensitive children, and they also many parents offer their children to the Jedi Order because they believe in the principles and the morals of the Jedi, and so they will give their children away to the Jedi Temple at a young age. The Jedi does not steal children from people. The parents voluntarily give their children to the Jedi Order. Okay? Contrary to popular belief, the Jedi do not steal people's children, they don't kidnap them, and they don't force people to give their children over. Now, in the case of the witches, if they did force them to give the children over, I would say it would be justified, because having your children join a cult or forcing them to be part of a religion, forcing them to be witches is child abuse. Okay, you should not be allowed to force your kids to join your creepy cult that exists in the middle of nowhere. And the fact that they were even going against the natural order that the Force created with, you know, the way creatures work and how they reproduce. The fact that they're even going against it. Remember why Anakin was conceived in the first place? Anakin was conceived in the first place because Palpatine and Plagueis were trying to create life with the dark side, and the Force rebelled against their misuse of its power. And so the reason why Anakin was born was because there needed to be balance in the Force. And balance in the Force, by the way, contrary to what a lot of people think, has nothing to do with a balance between light and dark, as in there's an equal amount of light and an equal amount of dark. George Lucas says balance in the Force is when the dark side is defeated, and because it is the light side that establishes balance. The light side establishes balance in people's lives, and that all the positive moral principles of the Jedi is what establishes balance. The dark side is about selfishness, it's about self-centeredness. It does not lead to balance, it leads to imbalance and disorder. Canberra Courtney says, May literally killed everyone and acts like O.S.H.A is the problem. I love this show so much. Yes, it is amazing. Melon Playground guy says, burning down houses because your sis wants to be a Jedi? Seems logical enough, yeah. Nicholas Porter says, even with Luke blowing up the Death Star, it's a Death Star. They destroyed a planet, they're the Empire. No argument there for Luke being a hero. Yeah, a hero. Even if there were innocent people on the Death Star that happened to be, you know, kept there, that was... yeah, it was still a heroic act to destroy the Death Star. And the innocent people on it would have agreed with Luke Skywalker, because if they had any common sense. Super Count Dooku is here. Hey! says, I came in on a correct argument about the original intention for the Force. Exactly. The Jedi... Super Count Dooku says, I sense I need to have seen the latest episode to understand context, however. Well, the latest episode is wild. There's a lot of wild, crazy things. Liz says, they left the Witches of Dathomir alone and they were doing some wild stuff with the Force. I think the reason why they left the Witches of Dathomir alone is because they weren't in Republic jurisdiction, and also they had enough power. It's the same thing with, like, the Hutts. The Hutts were not in Republic jurisdiction, but they also had enough power. The reason why there was Hutt space was because they were able to keep the Republic out of that area. And so the Republic was limited in its ability to have control over that place. The reason why it's different with this coven of witches, this random coven of witches, is because they obviously don't have the level of power that the Dathomirian witches did. So the Witches of Dathomir were outside of the jurisdiction of the Republic, but wherever this other coven of witches was, obviously, even though technically it was outside of the Republic's range, their group was small enough and weak enough that honestly it wouldn't even have mattered if they said they were like outside of the Republic's range or whatever. They would have that group, like those four, the Jedi that showed up to the Coven of Witches, those Jedi probably would have been powerful enough to kill all of them. Which I think in later episodes we're gonna find out that that's exactly what happened. Cameron Courtney said, I think May burning everything was the Force rebelling against the witches for misusing its powers. I hope that's the case. Because then at least we could say the writers of the show have a little bit of common sense. So, but yeah, Super Count Dooku. I've been talking about this latest episode of the Acolyte, and I've been talking about witches, and the way I have been going at this is very simple. Witches and witchcraft is an inherently dark side ability. It's for people who are selfish and they want power and control over other people. That's why people seek out witchcraft, not only in Star Wars, but also in real life. The reason why people try to become witches or go to mediums and do all the like tarot readings and all this magical bullshit is because they want power over other people. They want to manipulate people or events in their favor, oftentimes at the expense of other people. That's why they cast spells on people. And so witchcraft is inherently dark side. It's dysfunctional, it's twisted, and it's evil. If you want people to do things that you want, you have to provide value to them. And in exchange for that value, they do things that you want. You know, you're nice to people, you do things for them, you work for them, you give them money, and then they do things for you in return. Because that's the way a normal, healthy relationship works. Not you cast a spell on them and it makes them do what you want them to do. Not you take blood from in between your legs and then put it in some pasta to get a man to fall in love with you. Okay, that kind of behavior is psychotic, and that's the kind of behavior that witches engage in. So witches are always evil. I don't care where I see them, they're always evil, and their intention in seeking out witchcraft and the power that witchcraft provides is for their own self-gain. It's for their own selfish means. No one becomes a witch out of selflessness for other people. And that's one of the reasons, as I said earlier, I'm gonna say it again for Count Dooku since he's here. That's one of the reasons I didn't like I didn't like that episode in Tales of the Empire with the, quote, light side witches. I think the very concept of light side witches is ridiculous. If they were light side, well, then they just would have been hanging out with the Jedi Order. I mean, what's the reason why people join a coven of witches? Like, what's the reason why? And one of the things one of the things that characterizes a coven of witches is that they exclude males. And why do they do that? Well, I mean, the obvious thing that women that would be part of a coven of witches, or that other people would say to defend that, would be that that men are dangerous. And it's like, okay, well, but not all men are dangerous. So, like, if you're going to say that the reason why you have to join this coven of witches is to protect yourself from men, well then, why not just join a group where men protect women as well as other men? You know, why not join a more egalitarian society as opposed to, well, we're going to go live in the wilderness and do like these weird rituals, and we're going to practice witchcraft. Is that a solution to your problem? No, that's not a solution to your problem. So, witchcraft and the crazy witch cults, that's all dysfunctional behavior from people that are insane, and they need serious mental health. The Jedi does not discriminate based on gender. The Jedi allows women as well as men to become Jedi and to follow the ways of the Jedi. And it's not a cult, because you can not only join the Jedi, but you can leave anytime you want to. The Jedi do not force you to be Jedi. They do not force you to be Jedi, and once you're, once you're in there, you can leave whenever you want. Like, one of the things about a cult is they pressure you to join the cult, and then they pressure you to stay in the cult. And they take advantage of you. The cult leader takes advantage of you. That's part of the very nature of cults. So, the Jedi are not a cult. The Jedi are a good force in the Star Wars galaxy. Obviously, they're, in the real world, everything I'm saying about witches is also true, except for the part about Jedi, because in the real world, there are no Jedi, because, Anyway. Camber Courtney says, I gotta head out. It was fun, guys. Hey, see you around, Camber. Thank you for coming by. Hopefully, I'll see you on the next stream. Groominator says, my nationality is... I can't even read that. I don't even know what that even... I don't even know how to pronounce that. And Liz says, okay, but why would the Jedi kill all the witches? That is the most un-Jedi thing that they could do. Well, the thing is, with that situation, if the Jedi ended up killing the witches, I think which, again, like I said, it doesn't. We don't see what happens to them, but I highly doubt that the fire that May started. Ended up killing all the witches. I'm thinking honestly that the reason why they're all dead is because the Jedi killed them. And the reason why you didn't see any of the witches die in that episode is because they're trying to save that plot twist for later or whatever. Remember, Leslie Headland said that the Acolyte will not be kind to the Jedi. But I say that even if the Jedi did kill all the witches, they were completely justified in doing so. Because again, these are a completely dysfunctional and evil group of people. They're dark side users. They're Darksiders. All witches in the Star Wars universe are Darksiders. I guess except for those mountain witches, but I'm still not a fan of those either. Same principles apply. They're weird. So, they're weird, they're dysfunctional, they don't contribute to society, they run away from society. Why? Because they can't be useful members of society. Why else? Why else would you join a coven of witches? Because you're worthless to everybody else. I don't know. Like, what about... There are plenty of other people that find a place in society. You don't have to run away into the wilderness and join a cult. That's not a solution. If you have any problems in society, your solution is not to run away into the middle of nowhere and join a cult. Super Count Dooku says Jar Jar is fat. Change your name or Banhammer is coming. Just time him out. Just time him out for another 24 hours. I told Jar Jar is fat. You gotta change your name. He said I can't change my name right now. Just make a new account then. Okay, all it takes is one Gmail account. Jar Jar is fat says, I can't. He isn't fat. My little bro changed it. Please. He's handsome. Alright. We'll leave you here. He claims, alright, hold on. Don't time him out yet. Hold on. We're gonna put it to a vote. Is Jar Jar's fat telling the truth or no? Is Jar Jar's fat telling the truth or no? Oh, we're at... Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. Is Jar Jar's fat telling the truth or not? Should he be given a chance? Super Count Dooku says it's not what he said the other day. The plot thickens. Jar Jar's fat says it's 9 more days. It's 9 more days. I'm gonna leave the poll up for just a little while longer, and we'll see who else votes on it. Is he telling the truth? So far, 64% say no. PK Trainer Super Sus says ban. PK Trainer says Jar Jar is muscular. And sexy. Yes. Well, sexy to other Gungans, not... Sexy to Gungan females, but... I mean, not to me, obviously. Come on. Jar Jar's fat says, I want to change, but I can't. That's what I said 3 days ago. Jar Jar's fat says, ban me, I unsub. Alright, that does it. Hey, Jar Jar's fat, you do not test me like that, okay? Anyone who threatens to unsub because of, you know, to try and manipulate me to do what they want, you know, that is a subscriber that I do not need. So, we're gonna put you in timeout for 24 hours. And if you choose to unsub, that's, you know, I'm sorry to see you go, but that's just the way that it is. I'm sorry. Jar Jar is fat and Jar Jar Studios Plus are gonna have to part ways. Unfortunately. But nobody on my channel is going to try and manipulate me into doing what they want by saying they're going to unsubscribe if I don't do what they say. That is not acceptable behavior. Now they can give, now look, they can give me money and that will, you know, convince me to do the things that they want, but they're not gonna make threats. They're not gonna make threats and say, if you don't do what I want, I'm gonna unsubscribe. I'm gonna dislike the video. Okay, then you can go. You can go away then. I don't need you here. This is not the kind of subscriber that I want to have. But it was fun while it lasted. I'll miss you. I'll miss you so much. Like Anakin said to, at his mother's funeral, I miss you so much. Nicholas Porter said, only money. Yes, Mind tricks don't work on me, only money. Mind tricks don't work on me, only money. Liz says, I really hope the Acolyte doesn't make the Jedi out to be bad or evil, because that would be inaccurate, and in my opinion, taking a dump on George's vision. I agree. I agree. Remember, like, in the prequels, the Jedi were not, like, evil in the prequels or anything like that. What George Lucas intended in the prequels is that the Jedi were just, they were complacent. But they weren't, like, evil. There wasn't a wicked streak in them. They were just not paying as much attention as they should have been, and they got lost in some of the they got lost in the sauce, so to speak. PK Trainer Super Assess says, yes, yeah, seen the Vine Sauce Watto impression? No, I have not. Stahl says, I'm ever rarely in here for streams, but I love you all. It's always a good time here. Hey, thank you. It's good to have you here. Clarity 2199 says that's what they want to do is take a dump on George. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe he did something to make him mad. $15 plus 15 equals 66. Obviously, math. Obvious math. Yes. True. 100% true. That's the new Sith math, right? Captain Enoch says, "Can you all speak Japan? Can you speak Japan?" Nani? Nani? Nani desu ka? Nicholas Porter says, "It's one way the sequels screwed up Luke as well. He was meant to correct the Jedi Order when he rebuilt it." Yeah, it was ridiculous that Luke knew about some of the things. They knew about the things that happened with the old Jedi Order and what happened with his father. And in the comics and books, in Legends, and in the expanded universe, Luke rebuilds the Jedi Order. In the sequels, they have him, like, try and rebuild the Jedi Order and miserably fail. Why? Just to destroy the character of Luke Skywalker, I guess. I mean, why else? Kathleen Kennedy didn't like being George's coffee girl, yeah. And now she's taking it out on his franchise. She's spitting all over it. She said, now it's time for a girl to be part of Star Wars. As if they weren't already. They've always been there. We've already had female characters, Kathleen Kennedy. Why do you pretend? Why you gotta pretend like you're the first one to do it? Come on. Liz says the Jedi were well intended. They were just a little too comfortable with the belief that the Sith couldn't come back, and that's what caused their. Yeah, they were. I mean, what's another word for complacent? They naively believed that the dark side was gone, and that's when you're at your most vulnerable, when you think you're safe, and that's what happened with the Jedi. They were vulnerable because they thought they were safe. Super Kansuku says, it depends upon the system of counting you use. If you use our standard method of counting, base 10, then yes. Use another base number, and it will not necessarily make 30. What? What are you saying, Super Count Dooku? Now I'm confused. I thought math is the same. In fact, I'm pretty sure it is the same. I'm no mathematician, but I'm pretty sure math works the same everywhere around the world. It's kind of like a universal language. The universal required language. Because it adheres to reality. The existence of things. For instance, if you use a base 2 system, which has 2 numbers in it, 15 plus 15 is 11,110. I don't even know what that means. Super Count Dooku is like... He's like a professor at a college or something, so... He's gonna be like, what's his face? What's that one guy? What's that one popular physicist? Maybe he'll be like him, except like smarter. PK Trainer says math is a constant. Stahl says math is math and mathing be mathing. I'm sure that when Super Count Dooku says something about using base 2 system, which only has 2 numbers in it, I'm sure that base 2 system means something in math terms. I don't know exactly what. Yeah, Stephen Hawking. Like Stephen Hawking, except he'll be like Stephen Hawking except without the wheelchair, hopefully. That would be very unfortunate if it was with the wheelchair, but... What about 1 plus 1? Personally, I think it's 111, but you can double check that. Melon Playground guy, you... This is the stuff you learn in the Intro to Finite Mathematics. Yeah, see, finite mathematics, I don't know what that means. It's probably like some kind of quantum algebra or some kind of quantum algebra or something like that, which most people would never have any use for in their real life. In their real life. In IRL, most people would not be able to use it. 1 plus 1 in a base 2 system is actually just 10. Stahl says, I'm just lost. I'm gonna nod and smile to what you're saying, Dooku. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about it. I don't even know what he's talking about it. Like, what are the prerequisite requirements when it comes to that kind of math? Like, do you have to learn advanced trigonometry before you go into finite mathematics, the intro to finite mathematics? Non-Euclidean shapes and infinite corridor? Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, those people are too smart. Honestly, there's a certain point at which you become too smart for your own good. Because you get to the point where you're too smart to communicate with everybody else. And so you just can't even... So it's almost like you're so smart that you're at the point where you might as well be like super dumb. Because no one can understand what you're saying anyway. Like you're a madman scribbling on the walls. You're like, look, all this stuff, it makes perfect sense. Like, even if it did, no one understands what you're talking about, so it's almost as if you're like the dumbest person on earth, scribbling on walls. For all the difference it makes to all the people that don't have big enough brains to understand it. Super Count Dooku says, I don't understand quantum mechanics, so you have me there, sadly. PK Trainer says, looks like I suck at math, and you at weird small particles. 15 plus 15 equals burrito. That actually sounds more correct than what I heard earlier from Super Count Dooku. 15 plus 15 equals burrito. I think that makes more sense, honestly. Melon Playground guy says, and then the side system of 2 plus 5 equals 52. The side system? PK Trainer says, like, did you know that some small particles like neutrinos and quarks act differently when they are observed under electronic microscope? Wait, what do you mean they act different? How do you know they act differently if they're observed under electronic microscope? The only way you can see them is with an electronic microscope, right? So, if you're not observing them with an electronic microscope, how else can you observe them? Is there any other way that you can observe them? And so, if they behave differently when they're observed as opposed to not being observed, then how can you ever know if they are behaving differently, if the only way you can observe them is with an electronic microscope? That doesn't make sense at all.
Why so serious?
Why so serious? Let's put a smile on that face. Why so serious? My father was a drinker and a fiend. One night, he goes all crazier than usual. Mommy goes to get the kitchen knife. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. Super Count Dooku says, I remember studying quarks in high school a number of years ago, but I didn't remember much about them. Well, there's nothing about them that you need to remember because you'll never see one. I guess you see them all the time, technically, but you'll never be able to see one, so you never have to think about it. What is a quark? Bacteria. Look, bacteria are made of atoms too, right? So because the bacteria are made of atoms, that means they're also made of quarks. What can you do with a quark? What can anyone... how can you quark a quark? What can you quark with? How do you quark? Can quarks twerk? Can quarks twerk? Do quarks have skibbity riz? That's the question that needs to be answered. Is it true? No cap? For real? Or... Clarity says Jar Jar got him there. Stahl says it has been determined that Jar Jar is fat was not telling the truth. I suspect as much. PK Trainer says my dad tried throwing me from a flat down? They are the building blocks in the universe, but okay. You could deconstruct the universe. I live in the universe. Why would I want to deconstruct it? Thanos is gonna destroy the universe. Why do you need to stop him? Because I live in the universe, dummy. I forgot exactly how the line went, but that was pretty good. XGaming27 says, hey. K-Trader says, if you found a way to influence quarks, but okay. Influence them in what way? How would you even be able to influence them? To influence... Did you ever hear of the tragedy of Super Count Dooku? It's a quantum physics legend. It's no secret the scientists would tell you. Super Count Dooku learned to control the quarks. He learned how to influence the quarks to create life. He had such a knowledge of quantum physics. He could even keep the quarks from quarking back to the way they were. Super Count Dooku says, the reason I studied finite mathematics was 1, it was a prerequisite to graduate my university, and 2, it was an interesting class that lined up with some of my classes in theoretical philosophy. PK Trainer Super says has infinite money for Jar. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, if I learned how to influence the quarks, you know, I could generate infinite money.
Why so serious?
Why so serious? If you learned how to manipulate the quarks, what would you do? It's not something the mathematicians would teach you. XGaming27 says, hi, Obi-Wan. 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 PK Trainer says, but Dooku's probably don't dare use the quarks, too scared of blowing up the Earth. Dooku is a hero. Yes, please. Nobody go too far with all the quark stuff, okay? You'll doom the entire planet to total destruction. You start messing around with the fabric of reality, don't be surprised if you accidentally destroy not only your house, but yeah, the entire world. And then what will be the point of all your research? You have destroyed everything that you've ever known, all in the sake of researching quarks. You corked the Earth out of existence, and then what? Super Count Dooku said, if you could influence quarks, the building blocks of the universe, you could create life. You could create life. Is it possible to learn this power? Not if you have less than 100 IQ. Anakin, not if you have less than 100 IQ. Dang. Is it possible to learn this power? You must have a degree in finite mathematics at least. PK Trainer says, oh no, Melon Playground says it's over quarks, I have the high ground. The quarks will dematerialize the high ground. PK Trainer says, anyway, so they are building a bigger particle accelerator. I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong. PK Trainer says, I have the Higgs boson. Is that some kind of disease? I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. I hope you get well soon. Sick with the Higgs boson. PK Trainer says, now they're like, I want more. I really shouldn't, but yeah, exactly. They did it in Mad Men. They found the God particle. They realized that they made a mistake. Hey, they realized they made a mistake. They never should have tried to play God, and now the universe has been destroyed. They corked it out of existence. PK Trainer says, yeah, what could go wrong? Is the Earth disappearing, like, in a small black hole? They made a black hole for a very short amount of time. Look it up. Fantastic. Yeah. This is exactly what we need. We need a device that could potentially create a black hole that destroys the entire Earth. Thank you, scientists. Thank you, science. Super Count Dooku says the world will not end by nuclear explosion or an epidemic. It'll end with a scientist in a lab saying, it worked! Right as he accidentally blows up the world. Yeah. Yeah, and then Gordon Freeman will Morgan Freeman will narrate it. it did in fact work. It did in fact work. And the only thing that will be left is Elon Musk and the small colony on Mars. And that's all that will be left. The Earth will be gone, and there'll just be like a couple hundred people on Mars, and they're gonna be like, how are we going to repopulate the human race? We're done. How are we gonna do it? There's only a few hundred of us. We just got here, and they're destroying the Earth. What a massive mistake. I wonder what that would do to the rotation of all the other planets if the Earth just suddenly blew up or disappeared. Or, you know, if there was a black hole and it didn't disappear, I guess it would eventually suck in the entire solar system, right? PK Trainer says, Dooku's right, we might get Half-Life in real life, maybe if they mess up big time. No, we don't need a Half-Life.
Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend her.
Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself against the scientists. The scientists don't like that. Not one bit. He uses the quarks to create a black hole and suck Mommy inside. And now she's gone. Then he turns to me and he says, why so serious? Why so serious? Darth Quajanero says Venus has terraforming potential more than Mars. Isn't Venus like really hot? Isn't it much hotter than like Mars is? Mars is like, isn't it technically the more like has more potential for a colony if a colony was to be created? Like would you even be able to do anything on Venus? I thought Venus was like really turbulent, wasn't it? Maybe not, I don't know. It's been a while since I had like a general idea of all the planets and what do they do. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, actually, the realistic thing to happen if the world exploded would be somehow Earth returned, or Plagueis would use the Force to... Oh, yes, Plagueis. Yeah, he'll fix the problem. PK Trainer says, well, Versus needs a lot of maintenance too close to the sun, and acid rain 24/7. Sounds fantastic. Acid rain every day would be amazing. Yeah, Venus needs a lot of maintenance and too close to the sun, and acid rain. Yeah, acid rain. Darth Quajanero says you can cool it with space shades and give it artificial day-night cycle with space mirrors. Darth Quajanero's... what? In Star Wars, how long did it take them to make a Death Star? And you expect them to surround an entire planet with space shades? And give it an artificial day-night cycle with space mirrors? Darth Quajaneros, are you insane? It's the same gravity as Earth, too. Really? Oh, that's pretty good. PK Trainer says, also no internet, no showers, no luxury. So so know what you sign up for. Yeah, no luxury. Acid rain, I've had experience with that in Terraria Calamity. Unfortunate. Darth Quajanero says it's a 500 years process. Who's gonna wait around 500 years for Venus to be an inhabitable planet? Nobody! They'll all be dead. Venus has too much carbon dioxide. We need to create an ozone layer, and even then, what about the heat of the sun? Exactly. How do you deal with the heat of the sun? You'd have to take Venus, put it in Earth's orbit, and then once it's in Earth's orbit, you have to like use really powerful rockets to push Venus faster than Earth so that they don't crash into each other, you know? Use really powerful rockets and push Venus into Earth's orbit so that we can create a colony. Except they'll be on opposite sides of the sun. And whenever they start to get close to each other, we could just use we can just use really powerful rockets to make Venus fly farther away from the Earth. PK Trainer says, we don't got them ray shields and such yet. No, we don't have any ray shields, unfortunately.
Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend her.
Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. Instead of worrying about Earth's destruction, we should worry about the droid attack on the Wookiees. We should. Melon Playground guy says no, Jar Jar. No. No. That Joker scared you? Mommy gets the kitchen knife. Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that. Not one. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. He goes at her with the kitchen knife, laughing as he does it. And then he turns to me. He says, "Why so serious? Why so serious? Let's put a smile on that face." So he takes the knife and sticks it in my mouth. Why so serious? PK Trainer says, Jar Jar is love, Jar Jar is life versus Shrek. No, that sounds terrible. Absolutely not. Shrek is love, Shrek is life is something that scarred me for forever, okay? Shrek is love, Shrek is life left me scarred and deformed, okay? Don't remind me of that. I don't want to be reminded of Shrek is love, Shrek is life. X Gaming says, will you ever conquer a galaxy? I already have conquered a galaxy. PK Trainer says, like Death Battle. Death Battle? PK Trainer says, I've seen worse things, Jar Jar. Please don't share them with me, okay? I don't need to see them too. There's some things that don't need to be seen. Some things should never be seen. Shrek stories were hilarious. Well, terrifying. PK Trainer says, unfortunately, it will always be a part of my mind to war off against people looking into my mind to fend them off. I imagine what happens when the FBI hooks you up to Neuralink to interrogate you, and all that comes up is Shrek is love, Shrek is life. That is a terrifying prospect indeed.
You wanna know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night, he goes off crazier than usual.
PK Trainer says, interrogate me, oh please, they will be puking 24/7 and they'll be traumatized for life if they probe me. Unfortunately. That's probably... I wonder, but what if you were abducted by aliens? Would they be traumatized or would they just be curious? They would be like, very interesting, And they'd just be writing everything on their clipboard. They'd be like, is this common for humans? Is this a normal human? Or is this unusual? I guess all humans think like this. You know, when we go to infiltrate human society, we should keep this in mind. Every human is most likely thinking about Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, I defeated Grievous on Utapau today. Really, you did? I wonder what happens after that. PK Trainer says, I don't think always about yeah. Well, I don't think about that either. Gem Monkey Face says, sorry, couldn't stay for long. Kinda got sick of YouTube watching other sorts of garbage. I'll see ya on the next stream. Good night. Hope you have a nice evening, Jar Jar. Hey, good night. Have a nice night. Thank you, Jam Monkey Face, for being here every single time. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow as well. Super Account Dooku says, Super Sus, I agree. We wonder why aliens wouldn't want to visit us when we can't even get along with ourselves. True. We know the only kinds of aliens that could ever hope to visit us would definitely be aliens that are extremely civilized. And they get along perfectly with each other. They would be far above us when it comes to our petty squabbles. They would work together in perfect harmony, you know, just like all of nature, and how they work together in such perfect harmony, you know. Brown and black bears tearing apart salmon, eating their guts out, and lions chasing down gazelles and chomping on their necks, breaking their necks. Crocodiles grabbing the legs of wild hogs by the waterside as they scream in pain as they're sucked under. And and praying mantises eating their mates after they do the deed. Yes, the perfect peaceful harmony of nature. If only we could be more in tune with that perfect harmony, then perhaps aliens would visit us. PK Trainer says, yeah, right, I guess the aliens would enslave us the first chance they would get. They probably would have some galactic federation or codes preventing them from interacting with us. Yeah, maybe one of those. Yeah, if there, look, I personally don't believe there are aliens. I do not believe there are aliens. And if I did believe there are aliens, like on other planets, like other people living on other planets, like sentient beings, I don't think it's possible to ever reach them. Do you know how far Alpha Centauri is from Earth? It is so ridiculously far. Like, who would even travel to Earth in the first place? And that's just the nearest, the thing that's even closest to us. Alpha Centauri is like so many light years away. It would take us like 1,000 years to get there if we were to send out like one of our ships right now. Like, even if we figure out light speed travel, it would take so long to get there. How much? Or 4 light years? Yeah, 4 light years. If we could figure out light speed travel, which is crazy, because all it takes is one little particle, and your entire ship gets shredded. Like, if you're moving at the speed of light, imagine the amount of damage a small asteroid. Like, if you... Now, obviously, the odds would be astronomical, I guess, of hitting something like that. But if you did, I mean, good luck. Like, who wants to take that risk? Like, the million... Every single second of you traveling at light speed, every single millisecond of you traveling at light speed, there's a small chance that you're going to hit a piece of debris that will tear up the entire ship. Darth Quajanero says we can probably travel at 400 years per light year at this point in time. Since when? None of the ships that people have created travel at the speed of light. Darth Quajanero said we would just need to figure out just cryogenics? I think we need to figure out a whole lot of other stuff. Like how to create our own food supply on the ship. Like, there's so many points of failure. One little thing goes wrong, the entire ship and its crew is done. Like, if your crops fail on the ship, you're done. You're dead. Oh, you got some, like, you'd have to have an entire area on the ship dedicated to, like, a fake Earth biome with cattle and plants and... how would you even survive that? And then artificial gravity. You'd have to have, like, artificial gravity or something in the ship so that human beings are not floating around. And... Because, look, if you're stuck in space for like, 20 years, you will have no bones. Your bones will crumble, and you'll be done. Like, we need to come up with artificial gravity, at least. You need artificial gravity, you need cryogenics, you need you need speed of light travel, and then in addition to speed of light travel, you need some kind of shield system which could protect you from objects that hit you at the speed of light. There's so many things, so much technology that you need, and the cost of it would be in the billions, if not potentially trillions. What company is going to spend $1 trillion on a spaceship that they will never see again? Nobody will ever see them again. They will go flying off into space, and they won't be back for another 500 years. What company is going to put up the cost for something like that? Who wants to pay for that? Is there going to be return on the investment? We don't know. Maybe never. Is that worth it to people? It's many more years off. Super Count Tuku said, Columbus had the technology that allowed him to cross the Atlantic Ocean. We don't currently have the technology to even set up a permanent moon base. Yeah, like, I start small with something really simple. Can we set up a moon base? That should be simple. Like, baseline, easy operation, set up a base on the moon. If you can't even set up a base on the moon, you are not flying to Alpha Centauri. You can't even set up a base on the moon, you're not going to Alpha Centauri. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna work. You know, can we fully explore the ocean floor before we start worrying about, you know, flying to Pluto? I mean, at the very least, can we go to Pluto before we think about aliens? And aliens are gonna show up at our doorstep? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that all alien sightings and all the alien stuff is all fake. It's exactly like, you know, what's his face? It's exactly like the Yetis. Not the Yetis, the Bigfoot. Just like Bigfoot. Okay? They'll search for Bigfoot forever, and guess what? They'll never find Bigfoot. Because if there was Bigfoot, he existed, you know, a few thousand years ago, and he died. His species of Bigfoot died. Maybe you'll find some bones of Bigfoot, but the species of Bigfoot is dead. That's why you don't see them now today, and there's no way that people with all the cameras that they have nowadays would not be able to find Bigfoot and at least get a single picture of him. They say, well, yeah, we got pictures of Bigfoot. No, we don't. Those are pictures of guys in ape suits, okay? We have no pictures of Bigfoot. I don't care what you say. None of that blurry footage counts. No one in 2024 with an iPhone is going to record footage as blurry as Bigfoot footage. Have you noticed that as better and better quality cameras become more and more available, for some reason Bigfoot sightings do not increase, even though more and more people have access to a high quality camera everywhere they go. And for some reason we don't have more clear and concise footage of Bigfoot sightings. Why is that? Because there are no Bigfoot. Because it can all be explained with a guy in a suit. And even if I saw it now, like on TikTok, I would know that someone on TikTok faked it for likes and views. Okay? There are so many people that are just making up all this garbage on TikTok just for views. I heard about, just not too long ago, a woman that is claiming that she taught her dog how to talk with buttons. You know, those buttons that you put on the ground? And she sold a book on how to communicate with your dog, like, intelligently, like your dog can actually talk. No, your dog can't talk. It just pushes buttons because it wants treats, okay? That's it. It doesn't know how to talk. Your dog is not smart. Your dog is stupid. And that woman suckered you, and that's why you bought her book and you bought all the buttons to see if your dog could talk. It's fake. Thirdman says, what about give all sponsorship from Jar Jar Studios to me? It was actually me that was doing the editing all videos, not Jar Jar Studios. What are you on about, Lerdman? Lerdman says, I'm so glad that Count Dooku is here. Now he can sponsor to me every time $2, not to sponsorship. I don't know what are you saying? Lerdman Alkiner is not making any sense at all. Captain Enoch has put some characters in chat that I cannot read. Characters that I cannot read.
He doesn't like that. Not one bit. So, me watching, he takes the knife to her, laughing while he does it. He turns to me and he says, "Why so serious?" He comes at me with the knife.
He comes at me with the knife. Why so serious? Darth Cinder says, "What about the droid attack on your mother?" Kiadimundi said calmly. He did say calmly, didn't he? What about the droid attack on your Wookiees? What about the droid attack on your mother? What about the droid attack on your mother? Shut up, Kiadimundi. PK Trainer says, "How we grew it or make it what milk we use." What? What is going on today with chat? What does that mean? How we grew it and or make it what milk we use. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. PK Trainer says, "I developed cheese and other dairy foods by accident. As a result of storing and transporting milk in bladders made of ruminants' stomachs, as their inherent supply of rennet would encourage curdling." What are you talking about? Bro, PK Trainer, what do you do? That doesn't make sense to me.
Why so serious?
Why so serious?
Why so serious?
Chosen One says, "We're talking about cheese." I love cheese. Cheese is amazing. You know what? I love cheese. Cheese is delicious. I love cheese.
Sticks the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. Why so serious? You want to know how I got these scars?
Captain Dread says, "Turn to page 394. Okay, Captain Dread. Hey, Captain Dread, by the way. Hey, Captain Dread. Hey, haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Or maybe I saw you last stream, but I hadn't seen you in a while before that, I think. Anyway, I remember you, Captain Dread. You've been in a lot of my older videos. I appreciate you being a loyal and faithful subscriber. It's so nice to have you, Captain Dread, still here after all these years." Darth Quajanero says, "What's your favorite? Mine is sharp white cheddar. I like Swiss the best. Swiss cheese is my favorite cheese." The Chosen One says, "Notice how no one makes cheese ads because we always buy cheese and we'll never stop." That's right. You don't have to make cheese ads because cheese is such a delicious product. There's no reason to advertise for it. Everyone wants it.
My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night, he goes off crazier than usual. Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself.
Swiss cheese is awesome, but cream cheese is better. Well, think about cream cheese is in some ways it's kind of not like completely cheese. It is a cheese product, I'd say, but it's not exactly cheese in the sense of like other kinds of cheese. Cream cheese is very good, don't get me wrong, but I consider cream cheese more like a cheese product rather than actual cheese.
He doesn't like that. Not.
PK Trainer says, nice Donkey Kong background. Thank you. Donkey Kong is a nice, chill, relaxing music. And also YouTube does not have a problem with me using it. As opposed to other soundtracks, which if I play those, I'll get copyright I'll get attacked with copyright claims from other music, but YouTube seems to be fine with Donkey Kong soundtrack, so probably because it's so old.
One bit. So, me watching, he takes the knife to her, laughing while he does it. He turns to me and he says, "Why so serious?" He comes at me with the knife. "Why so serious?" Sticks the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. And
This is good. This is fine. We'll do this. PK Trainer says Jar Jar lo-fi new genre? You know, I need to get one of those free like music mixers and I could maybe mess around with creating my own music. It would be trash, but Lerdman says, what about Star Wars Lolly? You could ask Obi-Wan Kenobi? Huh? What are you? What? Star Wars what? Excuse me? A Star Wars what? No, I don't think so. No.
You know where Harvey is? Do you know who he is?
do you know where I can find Harvey? I need to talk to him about something. Just something little, huh? No. Well, hello?
PK Trainer says, anyway, goodbye, y'all. Melon Playground guy says, top 10 bruh moments. This is big bruh. Where? SoundCloud account. Top 10 bruh moments. Yeah, hey, you want to check out my mixtape? I got a SoundCloud. I got a new SoundCloud rap. I need to, you know what? I need to do that. I need to make a Jar Jar Binks rap. I need to make a Jar Jar Binks rap song. A SoundCloud rap song. I'll release a whole album, Jar Jar Binks rapping. But my only issue is I can't make music, so I'm gonna have to use like a YouTube audio library song, and then I'm gonna have to wrap up I have to wrap up a whole song. And then I gotta use the Jar Jar voice to voice feature so that I can transform my voice into Jar Jar's voice. Then what am I gonna rap about? What am I gonna rap about?
Well, hello, beautiful.
Rap about YouTube poops? Rap about what's hip today? Skibbity jar? Why can't we play together a stream for Battlefront 2? Well, I guess we could do that at some point. I mean, not right now, but not right now. Videos, playlists. I hope you all don't mind. I am going to play some of the playlist here.
Negotiations haven't started because the ambassador's on. How could that be true?
I'll be right back. I have to take a bathroom break.
Senator Palpatine. What's happening?
Check the transmission generator.
A communications disruption can mean only one thing. The Senate.
Your Highness, our security volunteers will be no match against the Senate.
I will not condone a course of action that will lead us to war.
Negotiate.
There are too many ducks.
The Polynesian smell.
Ducks.
The Force is strong with him.
He is to be trained then?
No,
No.
he's too old.
He is the chosen one.
He is a political idealist.
No. He is the chosen one.
Revealed your opinion is.
He is to be trained then?
No,
I will train him then.
no,
A Sith Lord. Will train him then.
Come, my apprentice.
no,
Jar Jar.
Will train him then.
no. The code forbids it.
Obi-Wan will train him then.
I am ready to train Anakin.
No.
What will happen to me now?
The Senate will decide your fate.
I am the Senate.
Not yet.
You must train him then.
No.
What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
I have money! I have money! Bury it! $80 million. 80 million. You can do anything. All you've got to do is let him go.
good business.
How could you even say that?
Wake up with no Julio, baby, you and your demons, improvements. Just jump in the car. No. I got a gun. No girls got it.
Is that legal? Are you brain dead?
After the events on the planet of Nebo, we found several holograms of a hooded figure that seemed to be the mastermind behind Newt Gunray's actions.
I just had to play it cool. They had nothing on me. You can't even see my full face.
Impossible to see.
Well, that's too bad. Now we will never find out who this Phantom Menace is.
Wait, stop right there. Information retrieval. I need you to ID a hologram. That's...
Please don't! You have failed for the last time.
Lally.
It's been far too long, Master Kenobi. Annie?
On my future.
Kenobi.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Kenobi! Count Dooku.
Master Yoda, you have forced snow down into our paths for the lost time.
Not if anything to say about it.
Hello there. Your move.
Anakin, there's no time.
He seems to be all right.
Leave him or they'll never make it. At an end, your rule is...
His fate will be the same as ours.
How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair.
This had nothing to do with me, I assure you.
Liar! You're with him! You brought him here to kill me!
Yes, yes.
Me.
Arrogance blind.
Get help in the match for him. He's a fifth lord.
Count Dooku.
Master Yoda, you have forced snow down into our pants for the last time.
Not if anything to say about it.
Hello there. Your move.
Anakin, there's no time.
He seems to be all right.
Leave him or we'll never make it. At an end, your rule is...
His fate will be the same as ours.
Alright, I'm back.
How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the super chat. Yes, Super Count Dooku Minecraft stream tomorrow. Yes, yeah, that is the plan. So
Me.
I had a lot of fun making these ones. Thank you. By the way, thank you for the super chat, Super Count Dooku. I appreciate it. Yeah. You said like 1:30 p.m. my time, right? Deep Octopus says, yay, hello. Darth Quajanero says, wide boy. Super Count Dooku says, no, 4:30 your time, 1:30 my time. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. 4:30 p.m. my time works. Yeah, that works. Alright, we'll remember for tomorrow, 4:30 my time. Nerdman says, if we will someday be on Battlefront 2, I will definitely hunt on Jar Jar Master with B1's skin. Really? B1 Battle Droid, huh? Liz says hi again. Hello! Super Count Dooku says it does sadly have to be after my workday. Naturally. Understandable. I'm the one with the more flexible schedule, so whenever it works for you is the time that we'll do it. Nerdman says, if we will someday be on Battlefront 2. Oh, never mind, I already read that. Nerdman says, what about the Obi-Wan? No. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, naturally, you just said, I thought the dark side of the Force was a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. It is. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says this is getting out of hand. Now no one is typing. Everyone's concentrating. Concentrate. Use the Force. Use the Force powers of editing. Concentrate. There. Now I just need to export this frame. Melon Playground Guy says, Jar Jar, have you ever heard of a series called Ninjago? No. Lerdman says, all just in prison. No access to TV studio for Jar Jar News Live. The count is concentrating. Anakin, the Count is concentrating. Please contain yourself. Please try and contain your insolence. The Count is concentrating. Obi-Wan and Count Dooku stuck in a cell together, kidnapped, and they're just making fun of each other. They're just constantly roasting each other. Darth Quajanero says DK64 was my second favorite. Back in the day, Banjo-Kazooie was the GOAT IMO. I only played a little bit of, I think, Banjo and Kazooie 4? Is there a fourth one? It wasn't the first one, I know that. But I only played it a little bit. And then I played Donkey Kong Country 2 as well. Alec Egon says Mario Kart or Diddy Kong Racing. I think I only played Mario Kart, so I can't say anything about Diddy Kong Racing. The Bold 166, hello there. What's your favorite to worst Star Wars show? Well, Nicholas Porter, I would say Mandalorian. Lerdman says someone dying. Yes, I'm dying. Mandalorian Season 1. Or actually, I'd say Mandalorian Season 2, Mandalorian Season 1, and then, Book of Boba Fett. We're not. I'm talking about live action shows, by the way. If we're talking about animated shows, there's more. The list would be different. But Mandalorian Season 2, Mandalorian Season 1, Book of Boba Fett 3rd, Andor 4th. And those are the only shows that I consider tolerable, by the way. All the ones listed after are like utter trash. Like, I can't stand them. I would say next one would be Mandalorian Season 3. And then Ahsoka show, and then Kenobi, and so far the Acolyte is not doing well in my eyes, but it's not completely out yet, so I'm not I'm not placing it anywhere on the list just yet. But it'll probably end up near the bottom of the list. Gimbo says, real quick, Jar Jar, do you have A/B thumbnail testing? Yes, I do, but I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Like the last video that I put up, there wasn't really a better thumbnail for me to choose from, so I just only chose one thumbnail. But as soon as I get the opportunity, I am going to use the multi-thumbnail testing. I thought it was very interesting. I think it'll provide some very exciting analytical information to see, you know, which thumbnail are people more likely to click on. That will be interesting. I would love to see the research behind that. Alec Egon says, scrubbing Joker's laugh is insane. Yes. Gizmo says, I was waiting for it since they first teased it, but now everyone is getting it and I'm not. The sin of Padme posting has brought consequences. Really? Why? Did they not let you choose thumbnails anymore? That is unfortunate. Gotta be careful with that Padme posting. YouTube moms do not like that. Gimbo says I can choose but no testing. I wonder why they restrict the testing for you though. Like I have the opportunity to use it. Like I said, I have the opportunity to use it. I just haven't. I only saw it like just 2 days ago, I think, so. By the way, Gimbo, I thought your last video was really good. I haven't. I just watched the newest episode today, and I really didn't come up. I didn't really think of any ideas, but that template is a good template. The what do you see template. Did someone tell you to fail this test? Who told you to fail this test? Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi said, "We should not have made this Padme thumbnail. We should not have made this Padme thumbnail." Deep Octopus says, "Those witches were crazy." As all witches are. They were crazy. They are crazy. They're nuts. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, "I clicked on accept cookies on a lightsaber website a while ago, and ever since, every ad I've gotten has been relevant to it. I don't know how to fix it." Well, that brings me to our sponsor. What's it? Incogni will take Incogni will take your data to the data. You pay them, and they go to the data brokers, and they tell the data brokers to let go of your data, and stuff like that. Blah blah blah. In Incogni. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring this video. Blah 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 blah. I feel like anyone have the feeling that Incogni and some of these other like data broker remover things are like some kind of scam. Like every single time there's like a wave of YouTube like ads, like red ads, I feel like it's a scam. Because it started out with you can become a Scottish lord, and then they found out that was a scam, and buying a foot of land in Scotland doesn't make you a lord or a lady. Which honestly, why would it? That's nonsense. And then the next scam was like what are they called? Those fake, like the fake samurai swords or whatever. They were just like cheap made in China samurai swords, and they were claiming that they were like made in Japan with like some kind of special material and design or whatever. And then there was some other, there was a third scam. There was another YouTube scam. I'm trying to remember what it was. But it was also similar to those other two scams. But yeah, there's huge wave of scams like this, and now I'm seeing all these ads. Like a bunch of different YouTubers are reading out these ads for these companies like Incognito, that are supposedly these companies are going to go to data brokers to petition the data brokers on your behalf to remove your personal information from their websites or whatever. And I don't know if those are legit or not. To me, I feel like it's just another scam. That's what I feel like. Like people are going to pay money to try and get their data, like their personal data, off of, you know, these data brokers' websites. But as soon as you stop using a service like Incognito, like, what's going to happen? Like, your data is just going to go right back to where it came. And like, how exactly do they prevent data brokers from keeping your personal information in the first place? That's what doesn't make any sense to me. So I feel like those companies are just another scam. That's what I feel like. I don't know if that's the case. I don't really know anything about them, but that's the general feeling that I get. Runs with Phantoms is here as good a place as any to drop an idea for a tiny script for a video the likes of which only Jar Jar could create. It's a crossover of Joker and Revenge of the Sith, plus Baby Yoda dialogue is Arthur and Midget. Joker and Revenge of the Sith. I have to rewatch Joker. There are lots of scenes in it which I want to use. I watched The Dark Knight recently, and I recorded the whole movie of The Dark Knight, and it got me thinking about different edits that I could do, and so I'm excited to create this new edit. Joker versus Count Dooku. Dark Quadranero says, I've been using YouTube since the year it was conceived. I hate what it has become. I hate what it has become. Now you have become the very thing you swore to destroy. Clarity2199 says, last time they put people on a list to get their names off, it made it worse for them. Last time they put people on a list to get their names off, it made it worse for them. Interesting. I don't know, like I said, I don't know a lot about it, but I assume that really you can't really gain any benefit from like paying some company to try and make data brokers get rid of your information or whatever. I don't know how that would even work. Like, there's tons of there's so many data brokers, and then also they're across the world in different jurisdictions. Like, how do you prevent a data broker that has your personal information from selling that information to companies when that data broker is in like China? How do you do that? Like, if a company is contacting a data broker in China and saying, you have to take this person's personal information off your website, are they gonna do it? Like, who's gonna make them do it? So, like, maybe it would work for like an American company, perhaps, but would it really matter if it worked for an American company? Because, I mean, you're not going to be able to stop the other companies from having your personal information, and then what's to stop them from just getting your personal information again at some other point? Runs with Phantoms says, I could drop the idea here in 2 chats if you yes, yeah, do it. Part 1, Grogu recoils in horror at the sight of slaughtered younglings. Anakin, what? Oh, chuckles. It's okay, Grogu, you can go. I'm not gonna hurt you. Don't look, just go. Grogu, you were the only one that was ever nice to me. Kisses Grogu on the head. Now get out of here. Ha! Hippos Grum says, I know that someone created a website for a popular program modding tool called DN Spy. The person who created the site was a bad actor who put malware into the downloads on the site. Unfortunate. That sucks. Yeah. That's really rough. Super Kantuku said, I heard I am fighting against a multiversal attack from DC Universe. This battle will be legendary. Yes. Melon Playground guy says the ads, man, they're lying. Alright. So, okay, I just got a notification from YouTube. It says, Jar Jar Studios Plus, the Nordstrom anniversary sale is here. Earn up to 16% commission. Tag and earn increased commission. Maybe it's time for some Nordstrom memes or something. Maybe I should make some Nordstrom memes. So I can get some commission on Nordstrom merch and apparel. Buy some Nordstrom apparel and I get 16% commission. That sounds pretty good. Maybe I should do that. I think maybe I should do that. Fire in the Hole Hangout says hi. Clarity2199 says the power of Nordstrom is strong with this one. And I can make an updated. Janobot made Anakin Dripwalker. I can just make another Anakin Dripwalker. I'll just make another one, except he'll be wearing Nordstrom apparel instead. Nordstrom Walker. Anakin Nordwalker. Darth TV said the coven of psychotic LGBT witches was amazing. Best Star Wars content since 1978 holiday special. Absolutely. The best thing I've ever seen my entire life. Amazing. I can't believe they were able to pull it together. I don't know. The creative minds over there deserve raises. All of them. Give them a big raise. I hope they make tons of money. They better make tons of money. What an amazing show. I'll definitely tune in for every future show for sure. Well, I have to. I have to anyway. It's part of my job. This is part of my job now. It's part of my job now. Deep Octopus says, just gonna say you're very inspirational and remind me of a creativity that I haven't had lately. Thanks. You're welcome, Deep Octopus. I hope that I can inspire you to create amazing content. If you do create content. Or amazing whatever it is that you are creating. Amazing anything. Anything that you're creating. Runs with Phantom sends a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Runs with Phantoms. He says, "'Cause you make me laugh, and Jar Jar should be the baddie in the Gayolite show." I thought it was called the Acolyte, but okay, the Gayolite show instead of Darth Discount Ezra Miller, as the prevailing theory suggests. Will it be Dark Discount Ezra Miller, though? Will it be him? I'm not entirely, I mean, he is kind of sus. Don't get me wrong, he definitely is kind of sus, but I wonder if that's maybe not him. I feel like he's probably a misdirect, because this is what I think they expected people to think. But anyway, thank you very much, Runs with Phantom. I appreciate it very much. But yes, Discount. What does everyone think? Is Discount Ezra Miller going to turn out to be the big bad, or is it going to be someone else? Is it going to be Darth Plagueis? Clarity2199 says, the Jedi, they're making the big bad. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what it looks like they're trying to do. Although I will say, again, as I said before, I don't see, if the Jedi did kill all the witches, I wouldn't see that as a bad thing. So, if they tried to paint them as the villains, it wasn't working for me, because anywhere there's witches, I think they should be exterminated. Because witches are objectively evil characters, and they shouldn't exist. They should be burnt. They should be burnt. You engage in witchcraft, you are a perverted and terrifying individual. Because we know what you're doing behind closed doors. Behind closed doors. You know what witches, as I said before, you know what witches are doing? They're taking blood from in between their legs, and they're cooking it in people's pasta as a spell to get people to do what they want. Okay, that's disgusting. Those kinds of people are filthy. I don't care how much Hollywood tries to glorify witches. Witches are like, you know how the media will spit on, you know, incels, and they'll point it like fat geeks that play League of Legends all day as disgusting, which is disgusting. I mean, you should have balance in your life. You should not be undisciplined in those areas of your life. You can't spend all day playing video games. I mean, unless you do it for a living. But, you know, you have to have balance in your life. And so that kind of behavior is gross, and it's right. It's right for media to make fun of those people, because those people need to be shamed into being better. But the same thing applies to, like, the equivalent of the fat nerd that is dirty and filthy and doesn't clean his room, and his house is filled up with junk, and he's gross and stinky. The equivalent of that for women is a witch. A witch. That's what witches are like. Witches are like that. That's pretty much like the opposite. The opposite example. The opposite of an incel is a witch. You've heard of incels, right? Well, the opposite of an incel is a witch. They're like... That's their counterpart. They deserve each other. Those two demographics deserve each other. Witches and gamers can, you know, they can get together and get married or something. Witches and gamers. Not all obviously not all gamers. Look, I play video games. Okay, it's not against video games. I like video games. I play video games almost every day. Not every day, but almost every day. But you can't let it consume your life. Life is not about video games. Life is about God and about family. And if you don't believe in God, at least, you know, believe in something. And for most people that don't believe in God, family is something that's very important to them, and I think there's a good reason for that. Uh-oh, Commander's Prods is come back to attack. Thank you, Super Count Dooku, for keeping us safe. Commander's Prods. Every day this week, I've been under attack by Commander's Prods. He'll pop in and he'll start spamming a single letter. Runs with Phantom says, I hate to utilize woke lexicon, but these witches were toxic AF. I'd leave for Master Squid Game and his wizard order in a heartbeat. Exactly. His, like, O.S.H.A.'s like environment was not a healthy environment for a child to grow up in. 100%, O.S.H.A. needed a balanced life, and the Jedi could give that to them, give that to her, and her sister. If her sister didn't want it, if her sister wasn't psychotic and didn't want to be a witch, you know, her sister was a psycho, and that's unfortunate. Okay, so her sister is clearly the dark side. She's the light side. Super Count Dooku says, Commander's Prods was warned the other day with a 60-second timeout. Now he gets 5 minutes. That's what I'm talking about, Super Count Dooku. Thank you very much. Super Count Dooku keeping us safe from these unusual attacks. ITZ Jornado says hi, bye, hello, and goodbye. Clarity2199 says her sister was brainwashed. She was brainwashed. She was insane. Brainwashed by witches, which is naturally what's going to happen when you put a child around mentally deranged people. Runs with Phantom says, and space witches don't have laser swords. They don't have laser swords, thankfully. Otherwise, I mean, what else? What other terrifying things would they do? Runs with Phantom says, May had no reason whatsoever to be aggressive towards that poor space butterfly with the Force. Bish went full Imperious curse on that thing. I was expecting her to crucio it. I thought she was gonna make it explode. I honestly thought she was gonna make it explode. 100%. I thought she was actually going to make the little butterfly like explode, and its guts would go all over. Its guts would go all over O.S.H.A, and she'd be like, "Why did you do that? Why did you do that?" Runs with Phantom says, if she was a megalomaniac on top of it, then she would have been Space Voldemort. Space Vegemort. That's terrifying. The octopus says those little creatures were essentially just sea angels, but in the air instead of in the water. I think this will work. Runs with Phantom says they were like the Avatar fairies from under the ancestor tree thing. Near copy and paste concept. Image may contain inappropriate content. Are you kidding me? You mean Obi-Wan and Anakin lying there is considered inappropriate content by... Oh, are you serious? Come on. Okay. Alright. So what if then... Is this thing serious? Inappropriate content? What does that even mean? What is this AI on about? What kind of inappropriate content? Image may contain inappropriate content. I'm looking at it right now. All it is Anakin and Obi-Wan lying here. What about this scene is inappropriate content? Can anyone tell me what about this picture right here is inappropriate content? What in here? And who are you? I'm trying to edit my own images. And you said, this image may contain inappropriate content. Who are you to tell me what my... Okay. And now it's here. Never mind. Alright, never mind. What a weird thing for... What a weird pop-up, though. Image may contain inappropriate content. Like, that would make sense at all. You know, what am I doing? I am paying... No, that wasn't YouTube, though. I am paying this service called Runway ML to edit my own videos and photos, and it says image may contain inappropriate content. Why? What do you mean? Like, okay, what if it did? I'm editing my own photos. Big deal. What if it did? You're not supposed to look at my photos. I'm looking at my photos. Anyway. It turned out that was just a glitch. It was just a glitch. Don't worry about it. A friend of mine gets those on the iPhone messages app somehow. That's interesting. I sent them concept art of Lumiere from Beauty and the Beast, and it thought it was a dick. How disappointing. Joe Mama Roach says, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet. Yeah, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet. Let's go, skibbity toilet. Okay, you know the rule for spamming is you can say something 5 times in a row, okay? 5 times, and then after that, you'll get timed out for a minute. Okay? Joe Mama Roach, I know you're new here. But if you keep spamming skibbity toilet, you will be timed out for a minute. And then if you keep doing it, you're gonna be timed out for 5 minutes. Joe Mama Roach, I don't think he's gonna stop. We're my moderators. Thank you, Super Count Dooku. You saved me. Super Count Dooku, keeping the community safe since 2024. Since 2024, Super Count Dooku has been keeping the community safe. I appreciate it very much. Everyone, salute to Super Count Dooku for his work. I feel like this might be the wrong angle. Let's see if there's a better angle. Guess I could try something else. Could try this. Super Count Dooku says, "Man, the banhammer is getting used today." Yes. Guess that's what it's for, you know? There's always gonna be those unruly people that spam the chat. And you gotta take out your hammer and smack down on them. The aquatic tracks from the Donkey Kong are the best. The cave one's second best. Darth Autisticus, you're back! Your mom is back too. Your mother. Your mom is back. Super Count Dooku says, "My favorite your mother joke is from Monty Python. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries." Nice. Of course it's from Monty Python. How did we know that was your favorite comedy? How do we know that's Super Count Dooku's favorite comedy? Joker. Runs with Phantom says Monty Python knows how to deal with the witches. I haven't actually seen the thing in full. It is actually, I mean, I enjoyed watching it myself. At least the clips that I did watch. I thought it was pretty funny. Tis but a scratch. You lost your arm. Tis but a scratch. It's just a flesh wound. There are scientific ways to tell if she is a witch. Yes. throw her into the water. If she floats, she's a witch.
Don't get hurt! Where's the detonator? Don't get hurt!
Runs with Phantom says, does the Zabrak float? Nope. Zabrak does not float. I counted when I watched this. Batman throws 4 dogs off of buildings in The Dark Knight. 4 dogs. 4 harmless, beautiful little pooches. 4 loving, gorgeous, beautiful dogs. He throws them off of buildings. Batman does. Batman. Supposedly he's got a rule. His rule is he's not going to kill anyone, but he's throwing dogs off of buildings. Not exactly in line with his one rule. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Super Count Dooku says, and thus we can conclude that the Earth is in fact a cylinder, Sir Bedivere. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Bedivere? Melon Playground Guy says, Jar Jar, I need YouTube poop video ideas for the Acolyte. Look, when it comes to YouTube poops, you don't have to have ideas. You just make them. It's like Joker. It's like Joker says. You gotta be like a dog chasing cars. You just do. You don't think about what you're doing, you just do. That's how YouTube poops work. You don't make plans for them. It's an artistic expression that you make in the moment. It's performance art. No, not performance art. But it's something that happens in the moment. You have to just start editing. And then things will come to you. And that's how you make a YouTube poop. That's how I make YouTube poops. You just start making. You just start throwing shit together. That's what a YouTube poop is. It's poop. It's a bunch of poop on YouTube. It doesn't make sense. You don't come up with a plan for a YouTube poop. Because it's a poop. You're pooping it out. You just make it. You just do. Very Deep Octopus says very inspirational. You just make. Just start making, that's all. Deep Octopus says, I love the fixed voices Acolyte Pneumodian bit. Thank you. Yes, that's the way their voice is supposed to be. Runs with Phantom says, oh, that's what YTP means. Yes, YouTube poop. Yes, that's a YTP. Now when it comes to other types of videos that are in a similar vein to YouTube poops, like parodies, like parody type videos, some of them do need plans. Like, for example, I drew up a plan for Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Palpatine. That video, Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Palpatine, I wrote out the entire video before I made it. I wrote out which Obi-Wan lines I wanted to use, and I used those lines, and then I green screened the green screens I needed for it. I wrote it all out, and then I made it happen. That's a different style of video than a YouTube poop. A YouTube poop, you just go scene by scene, or not even scene by scene. You just go in and you start distorting things. You make people look twisted and goofy. If you don't do it right, obviously there's not obviously you don't get the right comedic effect that you're looking for. But you have to. Commando Gangsta says, for Star Wars YouTube poops, they're YouTube poo-doo. That's 5. Stay below the 5 limit. That's a wise Darth Trollus. Yes. The wisdom of Commando Gangsta. Following the rules. Commando Gangsta following the rules. As all good soldiers follow orders, as they say. As they say, good soldiers follow orders, and so did Commando Gangsta. He followed orders. And he was not court-martialed as a result.
I'm so thrilled. Where's the detonator?
Where's the detonator, Joker? Where's the detonator?
Joker, what have you done? What have you done with Harvey Dent? Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi says, I haven't seen a single person use this emote before. Hey, you used it. Hippo's Grum says, I want to release my video, but there's so many copyright strikes and it's giving them to me one at a time. Hippo's Grum. Thing is, look, you gotta remember, you have to edit the videos. Like, you have to edit them more comprehensively. Every single frame, every single shot needs to be altered from the original product. You can't keep things the same. You have to have camera movement, you have to have zooms, you have to have distortion effects, you have to have audio distortion sound effects. Look at some of my look at my latest YouTube poop. Almost every single scene, if not every single scene, is distorted, altered, or edited in some way. There's barely any few seconds where it is actually the original show. And so if you want to avoid like copyright strikes, you have to do that. Like every single second has to be altered in some way. Whether it be, you know, reverse it could be a simple effect, like a reverse effect, or it could be like a saturation, brightness and contrast, you know, an inverted color effect, something has to change those pixels, those copyrighted pixels. You know, the combination of copyrighted pixels must be altered, otherwise it's going to detect it as the same thing. Bumblebee says, "What do you guys think of the Acolyte? The Acolyte? It's Darth Autistica says it was gay. That it was. Kokoro, hello there. Ohio, Kokoro. Ohio gozaimasu. Kokoro. Nani desu ka? Nani desu ka? Mushi mushi. Bumblebee says, yeah. Darth Autisticus says, hello there. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi, the high ground, the limb slicer, says, it was gay indeed. Yes, but not the kind of gay that I wished it was. Not the right kind of gay. Not the 1776 kind of gay, unfortunately. Jar Jar speaking Japanese? Yes. The 1776 kind of gay. Bumblebee, you returned, and Kokoro. Runs with phantoms. Oh wait, McQueck says, what do you think about Acolyte? I think that it is a disappointment, a sad disappointment and shame of a show. It's definitely, as Leslie Henlon said, it's definitely very gay. It is definitely a very gay show, for sure. That is without a doubt. Deep Octopus says, this is the software you use to make all your green screen videos. Is it free? Yes, this is the software I use for all my green screen videos, but it is not free. It is $12 a month if you pay for a year's subscription, and I think it's more than that if you only want to get a few months. I think it's like $20 a month if you get like 3 months, but it's $12 a month if you get it for a year. But it's well worth it to me because I make so many green screens, I have to have some kind of software to make it easier. So. Bumblebee says, I don't see where the $180 million went. The $180 million is in Leslie Headland's back pocket. You know, they paid Leslie Headland $60 million. The actors got another $60 million, and then the executives at Disney got another $40 million, and then $20 million was left over for, you know, the props and the sets and the stuff like, and all the other employees, all the other little employees that they had to pay. And none of it was worth it.
I'm so thrilled. Where's the detonator? Don't get.
Where's the detonator? Where's Harvey Dent? Where are they? Where are they? Where's Rachel?
Dark Arrow says, Acolyte is a letdown. Mayonnaise and O.S.H.A get an entire episode focused on them, and it's a waste of time. Well, of course they get an entire episode focused on them. Who do you expect them to focus on? The show is creating all new characters. I wouldn't say it's a waste of time. I think just the entire show is a waste of time. Like, who cares if you focus? Who cares which characters you focus on doesn't even matter. The entire show is trash to begin with. So it doesn't matter who you focus on. You could focus on any character you wanted in that show, and it wouldn't make a difference, because it's all garbage. The entire thing needs to be chucked out. Who even greenlit this project? Kathleen Kennedy? Fire her. She needs to be fired. Okay? You cannot have this many failures. How can you have this many failures as a person? Imagine your entire career. You sit there getting coffee for George Lucas, and then when you finally are head of Lucasfilm, you have nothing but flops on your hand. You make nothing but one flop after another, movies and TV shows that nobody wants to watch and nobody likes. How can you go your entire career around George Lucas and have learned absolutely nothing? Learned absolutely nothing, she did. She learned nothing, and she should have continued to buy coffee from Starbucks and bring it to the people who know what they're doing. Instead of being in charge of instead of being head of Lucasfilm, she should just be getting coffee for Bob Iger and for Dave Filoni. And, you know, not that Filoni is perfect, but, I mean, almost anyone would have been better than Kathleen Kennedy. Who even thought handing over the keys to the castle, handing over the keys to Kathleen Kennedy was a good idea? Who in their mind thought, this is a good idea? This is someone who has a creative mind and that knows what they're doing. Did she even write anything? She was like a co-producer? And so she was involved in production process, not in the creative process, not in story process. So and that she has a hand in all of this stuff is a mistake. It's a mistake. There's no reason why she should be paid to do any of this, because she doesn't know what she's doing. Clearly, that's why everything she makes doesn't work. That's why everything she greenlights, the fans don't like it. Darth Artisticus says, Dave Filoni is also making it worse. Yeah, he is too. There are a number of issues with Dave Filoni stuff too. Yeah. Like, honestly, Dave Filoni should have just stuck to, like, animated stuff. Because that's... And even the animated stuff, like... Honestly, the animated stuff is kind of mid. Like, without the influence of George Lucas, Dave Filoni has not really been doing so well. Even as Sheev Talks points out, there are plenty of things in the Clone Wars that are kind of an issue. There are plot holes and things in the Clone Wars that really don't work for the Clone Wars. And even though the Clone Wars is in some ways good, there are lots of things that are good in the Clone Wars. There are also lots of issues with the Clone Wars, continuity problems and character issues. That's probably one of the biggest things is the character issues. Some of the characters just do not behave the way that they do in the movies, and so it's almost like they're totally different characters. So yeah, Dave Filoni is not Dave Filoni is not the savior of Star Wars. But he definitely, I think, would be better than Kathleen Kennedy, at least. Although, maybe not by much. Runs with Phantom says, they pass on really good ideas like Keanu Revan, Maul's Black Sun taking over the Imperial Remnant, an adaptation of the Yuzhong Vong invasion. But no, everything has to be contemporary self-inserts. You're absolutely right, Runs with Phantoms. You said it well. There are plenty. They had the entirety of Legends to work with, the expanded Star Wars universe. All they had to do was adapt it to film. They didn't have to come up with any original storylines. All they had to do was adapt these stories to film. That's it. This same thing is true for what was that show? Bro, I forgot. Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones, from what I heard, I haven't really watched Game of Thrones. I watched like the fight scenes and stuff. And so I know I am familiar with Game of Thrones, but I've never watched the show in its entirety. But from what I heard, the show was basically, it was really popular up until the point where they ran out of material to adapt. And so what happened was, when they ran out of material to adapt, they started making up their own stuff. And at the point where they started making up their own stuff is when Game of Thrones started to fall apart. Like, the entire storyline started to fall apart because they stopped adapting the book. Because these people are artists, and they're good at the aesthetics of things, but a lot of them are not creatives. They are artists, but they're not creative artists. Like, they have the ability to direct actors and to set up sets and to adapt stories to film. They have the ability to do the film part. What they don't have the ability to do is come up with original ideas. And so they're good at what they do, but that's all they're good at doing. They can't go any further than that. And that's unfortunately a problem, which is why you need to combine, you know, the power of two, the creators and the actors, and you know, all the different aspects of it need to come together. And yeah, once you get certain people involved with the creative process that don't belong there, you get garbage stories. Who's better for Star Wars, Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau? Yeah, Jon Favreau ruined Boba Fett, I think. Based on what I heard, the Book of Boba Fett was the way it was because Jon Favreau wanted to make Boba Fett more of a nice guy instead of more of like a barbarian. In Mandalorian Season 2, when they reintroduced him, they gave the one director of that episode like full creative freedom to do whatever he wanted with Boba Fett in that scene, which is why his entrance was so epic, was because They gave creative freedom to someone who understood the character better. And I forgot what the guy's name was, but I think he was the guy who directed Power Rangers or something. But he understood Boba Fett's character better, and that showed in The Mandalorian Season 2 when they reintroduced him. When he blew up a bunch of stormtroopers, and he beat them up with the gaffy stick. Instead of Book of Boba Fett, where he's like trying to negotiate with everyone, and he's just nice. He's just a nice guy, and he wants to, you know, create a nice community. It was like one of those. It was like one of those isekai animes, where the main character is like, I want to create a world that's happy for everyone, where everyone can work together and love each other. That's not really a Boba Fett kind of character traits. Like, honestly, I don't think so. Jon Favreau didn't understand the character of Boba Fett, and it's not really that hard to understand. It's a simple character. He's a warrior. He's a bounty hunter. He cares about money. He cares about himself. He's a simple man trying to make his way through the galaxy. He's not a simple man trying to make his life more complicated by ruling over a bunch of people in a backwater town in the middle of the desert on Tatooine. I don't think Boba Fett would waste his time doing that, which is exactly what he is doing. He's wasting his time now. Dave Filoni does have good ideas, but I do think he needs help from other directors, much like Lucas himself. Yes, Dave Filoni is good, but you know, the flaws, he needs someone to compensate for his flaws. So there's some things that he just needs to be checked on. And I guess during the Clone Wars, George Lucas was able to check some of the more outlandish ideas that Dave Filoni had, and help to guide and direct him into better ways of doing things, so that the Clone Wars didn't get too much out of hand. Runs with Phantom says exactly. Jar Jar. Game of Thrones fell off once the showrunners had to take over the creative process. Same thing happened with Star Wars under Disney and KK, but even worse with boardroom/committee written story and script. Yeah, they fired all the talented people and replaced them with activists. That's another issue. You cannot have political activists filling up, you know, your movie studio, okay? Because all you're gonna get is, like, imagine that Disney replaced every creative with evangelical conservatives, and the only thing they could like harp on about was like the political activism that an evangelical conservative would care about. Okay, that would make it difficult to watch. Like, have you ever seen some of those movies that are like, quote, Christian movies? Those movies are not fun to watch because they feel canned. They're artificial. They feel weird. It feels weird to watch it because they're basically like breaking the fourth wall to try and preach to you. And so those movies don't work. And so for the same reason that those canned like political conservative movies don't work because they feel like they're preaching at you, in the same way, those political activists, those feminist, leftist activists, they're preaching to you. All the media that they create, they're trying to send you a message, and the message is you have to believe what we believe, otherwise, you know, you're a bad person or whatever. So that's the problem with, you can't have political activists. You just need people telling stories about other people. And I guess to a certain extent it's hard to totally remove. You can't totally remove the bias from anyone's story because, well, obviously whoever's story, they're going to be writing it from their perspective. But a good story writer knows how to, you know, navigate that better, I think. And I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I mean, a good story writer knows how to appeal to a wider audience without putting other people out because they have, you know, you can find the common ground that many people agree on. You know, like there are standard good versus evil narratives that do work. Bumblebee says, why couldn't we have gotten that direct to write and direct the entire Boba show? That director, yeah. I think it was so-and-so Rodrigo, I want to say. I don't remember who it was. The Chosen One says, I think Filoni really wants to make good stories, but not a great writer. And I appreciate how he's actually trying. Is he trying, though? I mean, I saw the Ahsoka show, and the Ahsoka show is just... It's just disappointing. It's just weird, and it just doesn't work. Like, there's so many things in it that are just kind of lazy. Like, the writing in it is just not very good. Like, I don't know. Super Tuku says in Legends, Boba Fett eventually became ruler of Mandalorians, but even then, he basically just did his own thing and didn't try to make a centralized government. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the attitude of Mandalorians. They're more like a warrior tribes. They're not really going to be an imperium of any kind. Curtis Connor's Christian movie reviews. Christian Mingle. The Chosen One says Prince of Egypt was an awesome movie. Hey, well, because they respected the source material. Prince of Egypt. I mean, you do get rare movies like that, but you know the thing about Prince of Egypt is it's not Prince of Egypt is not preaching at you. Like, you watch the movie like the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments is not preaching to you. It's telling you a story about how the children of Israel, a story written in the Bible about how the children of Israel were oppressed under the Egyptians, and they eventually, through the plagues, got out of Egypt and went to the land of Canaan. So the Ten Commandments doesn't preach at you. It doesn't tell you, well, you have to be you have to be a Jew, you have to be an Israelite, you have to believe in Judaism. The Ten Commandments doesn't tell you any of that. It's just telling you a story, and it's telling you the story that's written. I mean, they're adapting it to film, obviously not perfectly, but you know, who can? It's an old film. So there was, I mean, they had limitations with what they could do with like CGI and stuff, but and same thing with a lot of these other a lot of these classic Bible films is a lot of them do a good job of just telling the story, rather they don't do the preaching part. So they don't have to they're not trying to get you to believe their ideology or force anything on you. They're just telling you, they're just adapting material that's in texts and manuscripts. So Runs with Phantom says, imagine an evangelical Christian Star Wars where Shmi Skywalker wants to abort the Chosen One because Palpatine is a cultural Marxist that's manipulating her to attempt it, but the Jedi stop it. Yeah, sounds like the kind of movie that would just I would just be on the edge of my seat with a movie like that. Definitely not canned at all. Alright. Anyway, I have to go. But I thank you all for watching. I do intend to stream tomorrow. Probably about 4:30 my time, because that's when Super Count Dooku is available for Minecraft. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here. I hope you all have a nice night. Thank you all for watching. Super Count Dooku, thank you for the super chat. And also big thanks to Runs with Phantoms. I appreciate it very much. Deep Octopus, Atlas Torment. Atlas Torment, you can catch us next time. Bumblebee. The Chosen One. Thank you for being here. You guys make this all worth it. Thank you all very much. Have a nice night. Adios.